advocacy and support for small businesses, simplifying the business registration process and introducing tax relief measures to lighten financial burdens, particularly during these economic times. Over the past 4 years, through the Micro Enterprise Support Initiative MESI, we have empowered more than 11,000 startup businesses, particularly focusing on vulnerable groups, women and graduates from our skills acquisition centers. Our goal in Lagos State is to tackle poverty, is to boost wealth, and to help ease the economic challenges faced by the people of Lagos State. What is most important is that we are committed to listening, to engaging directly with MSMEs in order to truly understand their challenges and work collectively to create sustainable, impactful solutions. I want to assure you that we will ensure a business-friendly atmosphere, investing in infrastructure, encouraging innovation, and promoting inclusivity, making sure that every small business in Lagos has the chance to flourish. So let me take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude once again to Asborn for this recognition. Your commitment to celebrating excellence in entrepreneurship is truly admirable. To all, yes please, let's applaud him. To all MSME operators in Lagos State, your contributions are appreciated and your government is firmly behind you. Let us keep working towards building a greater Lagos, one that is competitive on a global scale, economically thriving and socially inclusive. Thank you all, and God bless you. Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu.
Yes, kindly put me award. Please come on. Will you 7 up to mix and go yes or yes? Yes. Now let them know so that they can continue to. Alright, please take the award to Her Excellency, and she will do us the honors of presenting.
I'm incredibly delighted on behalf of the Nigeria National Effort to present to you on behalf of ASBOR the Nigeria National SME Business Awards. You are the winner of the SME Impact Leader Award, SME Man of the Year Award. I'm delighted to present to you Mr. Ziad Madu, the Managing Director of 7up Public Company.
Please look at the camera. And so the next award.
Give me the mic, I will not let it go, by the way. Madam, thank you very much for the award. It's a great honor for me to receive it, especially from you on behalf of Mr. Governor. It's a great honor, thank you very much. Together we make a better Lagos.
For Mr. Governor, as the SME-friendly Governor, and this award will be jointly presented by our own Shola Rubieke. Please come up, and Dr. Femi Egbe-Shola presented this award to Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, SME Most Friendly Governor of the year 2025. Let's celebrate that.
Presents the Nigeria National SME Business Awards for 2025 to His Excellency Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu as the SME Most Friendly Governor of the year 2025.
Okay.
Commissioner of the Year for Business-Friendly Reforms under the Nigerian National SME Business Awards 2025. Can you give it up to the winner?
I'm delighted to accept this on behalf of the entire, because you know, as they say, it takes many people to make a village, and it's actually a team award. So these are the Director of Commerce and the Deputy Director of Commerce, and we've all worked together. So it's actually our award. Thank you all very, very much indeed. Thank you.
I present to you this award as the SME Most Supported State Ministry of the Year. Big congratulations.
For the year 2025 to present to Prince Adetapo Abiodun, the Executive Governor of Ogun State, for the award of the Best Governor in Enterprise and Investment Promotion in Nigeria.
SME Hero in Public Service, and the winner is Shola Marieke.
On behalf of Nigerian National SME Business Award, year 2025, the Vibrant State Investment Agency in Nigeria State category, and the winner is Ogun State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency.
For small business growth in Nigeria. The winner is Mr. Bola Emmanuel Sofela. Congratulations.
On behalf of the Nigerian National SME Business Award, year 2025, I'd like to present this SME Micro Insurance Company of the Year Award to the winner, Souq Micro Insurance Company Limited. Congratulations.
Right, let me
on behalf of the National SME Business Award, the year 2025, we are presenting you SME-centric television station of the year 2025. Winner, of course, is Souq New Television. Congratulations.
National SME Business Award.
as the winner for Customer Choice Innovation in Business Management. Congratulations.
Are you a nano business in need of support? Visit www.artsworld.org and register for free under the Nano Free membership portal today.
Come join us and make a difference. Together, we can build a thriving future for Nigeria to go further. To be part of the Artsworld Collective Impact Initiative, please call 091-191-69773 or send an email to artsworldcollectiveimpact@gmail.com.
Or donate to Fidelity Bank account 5600189903.
Let's join hands to empower dreams, create businesses, and transform Nigeria together. Your support, their growth, our future.
So that's it. Let's have the cake. Yeah, the cake stand. Let it be a center here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. President asked me to give a 10-minute speech. I'm not very good at speeches, so I'll tell you a story. They introduced me as the MD of 7-Up Bottling Company, but I am the MD of 7-Up Bottling Company. I'm the chairman of the Food and Beverage Recycling Alliance, and I'm the founder of a company called SME Scale. When I meet people and they ask me and I tell them my titles, they say, how lucky you are. And I look them in the face and say, guys, I'm not lucky at all. This is not luck, this is determination, this is sweat, this is 24 hours work. Now why I'm telling you this story? Because I've been working very closely with SMEs for the last 2 years. And SMEs fit within 3 categories. The lucky SMEs, starting a company is so easy. Anyone can go tomorrow and start a company. The ones that work hard and smart and maybe a bit lucky, they scale up and grow very fast. The other ones, the second category of lucky SMEs are the ones that shut down. The third and worst category in my point of view, and please guys, what I will tell you now, you might not like it, but the worst category of SMEs are the SMEs that continue 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. Because SMEs are like human beings. We are born as babies, then we become children, then we become teenagers. I went in a coma for 1 year, not knowing what to do. I was under shock. So I moved after that 1 year. I said, enough is enough, I have to do it. I started traveling and working in the worst countries in the world when it comes to safety. I don't know if anyone worked in Iraq after the American invasion. And people say Nigeria is unsafe. There, you have a probability of coming back home of 50% every day. I had to work 9 years getting all my salary and paying to close my debts. And big thanks to Nigeria, the last year I came to Nigeria and I closed my last debt in Nigeria. So, if we look at that journey, when I closed my company, you all were much better than me. Nobody can debate that. But the moral of the story is, when we are determined to do things, when we do it the right way, the results will come. It took me 9 years to recover, and I made a promise to myself that I want to make people avoid that experience. How do I help people not go through this and go through nine years of suffering, and it was real suffering? Who better than Nigerians that I should give that back? I've been in Nigeria for the last 18 years. I I never lasted in any other country more than 1 year to 2 years. I madly fell in love with Nigeria. Nigeria made me what I am. And this is what I said. I want to pay back to this country and paying back in double-sided way. One way through the economy, as it was mentioned, because SMEs are the economy. And the second way is how do I minimize the suffering of people? Companies that struggle based on my experience, how can I pass on that experience? Based on that, we do every 10 days a one-day workshop for 100 SMEs where I manage 90% of the time. I sit with them, I talk with them, I joke with them, we plan together. And I categorize them in 3 categories. 1/3 come to the workshop to chop food. What do I do? They just come to eat, leave, finish, they disappear. Another 1/3 or more come there, they want their business to grow, but they want to move all the problems to me so that I grow their business. It doesn't work that way. But there's a 10%, every session I have 5 to 10 SMEs that I feel they are determined to grow. They have a good idea, they have the passion. This is all what is needed for you to grow your business. Whatever people tell you, sometimes I get offended by SMEs telling me, I'm waiting for the grant from here or intervention. I say, why the heck? You are not beggars, guys. Without money, with small money, if you have a great idea, you will get the money. Whether from BOI or from a grant or from a bank. If you have a great idea, you can do it. So, the objective is not to make you better SMEs. The objective is to take you out of the SME space and go into the larger mega companies. You might say, yeah, this is the MD of the 7-Up, he can give us lots of grammar. But we have a 90% success rate with companies that are determined to succeed. A company called Mamalicious, I don't know who knows it here. They started with us a year ago with 20 million naira of revenue. Today they are making 2.2 billion naira. 2.2 billion naira. We have companies, small companies dealing with fufu, with gari. They are most interesting, but now they are repositioning all this and growing their business significantly. I'm not promoting SME scale-up because it's not for profit. So all the attendance, anything is for free. People come, attend, we guide them, they can come meet with me anytime. Only one condition, they must be determined to go out of SME space within 6 months. And this is what we are aiming for. So if you have the idea, if you have the passion, you are welcome to join us. Nothing to be paid. So, just get out of the concept that you believe you are small. Believe you are big, and there are lots of people that will help you grow there, but you have to do it. People will be there to just help you and guide the way. Thank you very much, guys.
Nano entrepreneurs makes about 85.5% of the total MSME ecosystem, meaning that we have 32.86 million MSMEs, but which are nano. And you begin to wonder, who are the nanos? Who do we refer to as nanos? These are small businesses, very small businesses, for the solopreneurs that most often are being run by one person, one man, one woman, and then they hardly have to run. According to Sweden, their total turnover is always between 50,000 and 300,000 naira per annum. You can say they are indeed nano. This particular concept of part of the ecosystem are not registered. Many of them are structured. They do not have access to funding, and they find it difficult to scale. So for us, we believe that for the country to succeed, we it is important for every one of us in the ecosystem to focus more on the nano part of the ecosystem. And that's what we have done in ASCO. We decided that we are focusing on nano, and we take it as a decision, a strategic decision from January this year. We've been able to go to a number of markets, and what we do when we go to this market is to identify these nano entrepreneurs, see how we can uphold them. We also provide them funding, we have provided mentoring, and we support their business to scale. We also ensure that their businesses are insured. So we are now working with Moxie Microfinance, Microinsurance, to ensure that they are insured in case of shocks. This will help them to sustain their business and to be able to grow and scale. In between January and now, we've been able to impact 287 different nanopreneurs. Today we invited about 10 of them to come from different sections, from Yanobaja, from Oba, from Ikeja, from Shomolu and the rest. Can you please stand up for recognition, nanos? Can you stand up for recognition? Can we put our hands together for them? Thank you so much for coming. Yes, thank you so much for coming. But the question is, can we do this alone? The answer is a capital no. It's a project we cannot do alone. We want to continue to ensure that they get the support they need. And for that to be sustained, we need government to support us. We need corporate organizations like yours to support us. We need individuals to support us. There are so many platforms that we can use to support us to keep the initiative running. One of such is identifying those nanos in your area and deciding to impact them through us. Could it be that there are some other people in your church, in your mosque, in your street, or all of that, and you feel that there is need to raise them up, lift them up? Why don't you partner with Hasbro and see how we can support things? I told you I'm not going to be spending more than 3 minutes, so I'm going to watch this video. It's less than a minute. Can we have the video? We're going to watch the video less than a minute, and I will be off here. Thank you for your listening and attention. We're going to cut a cake to officially launch the Nano initiative right after the video. I am sure that with your permission, we will request that the commissioner help us to take pictures after the cutting of the cake. Can we have the cake on the stage, please?
The DJ representative, please join us. Thank you.
All right, we'll be very fast. I would like to, first and foremost, can we give Asbon an outstanding round of applause? This is an incredibly impactful initiative and one that actually affects the masses. And for that I commend you. And that's one of the reasons I stayed, because I was listening to what you were saying. And quite frankly, this is the core mandate of the Ministry of Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment. So on that note, and on behalf of all of everyone here on the stage here today, I will say, and may everyone, every business, every, I like that term, I'm going to be using a solopreneur, continue to thrive and evolve into an entrepreneur. And on that note, can I say, after 3, shall we say after 3? Can we all say Asbon? On that note, or after 3, can we all shout? I haven't said 3 yet. 1, 2, 3.
we're going to have increase in the number of facilities that we would visit in the year 2025 by 30%, that would have improved compliance and enhancement of data-driven decision-making using data analytics, that we're going to strengthen collaboration between our partners, and we're going to have 25% increase in our compliance rates by carrying out the key strategies. We want to expand our monitoring coverage. We want to enhance our digital infrastructure by integrating a secure online pathway. We also want to include the e-learning platform and our mobile platforms on the digital infrastructure. We want to strengthen our community engagement and build capacity of both the farmer staff and our partners. We want to drive innovation and research. This year, we want to carry out research on quality of care. In doing all of this, we want to make the health facilities in Lagos safer by leveraging on technology and ensuring that all our processes are data-driven. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Honorable, Dr. Nibo Shinowo, Dr. Veronica Iwayemi, and Dr. Abiola Idowu. Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Salako. Taking us further in the comprehensive study, I want to especially welcome a professor and consultant medical parasitologist at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. He coordinates the International Malaria Microscopy RDT Quality Assurance Center, as well as the country's World Health Organization malaria specimen collection sites in the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Professor Wellington Oyibo for the very short comprehensive study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Honorable Minister of Health, here represented here by the Minister of State for Health. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, this is historic for us. This is a path we have planned, prayed for, and we are happy that this is happening. Mr. Governor, thank you for all you do and for making this happen myself. I'm so happy and grateful to the Honorable Commissioner of Health. He has told the story. So I'm going to build on those stories as I make this presentation. We don't have much time. And part of the whole thing is the advances that Lagos State has made for over 2 decades. The world is hearing it, and the signature of this project through the impact project itself, which is calibrated around the impacts that this project will be again for Lagos State. My slide, please. So what we know about malaria, in the 15th century, why was it called malaria? It was called malaria because the cause of that fever illness was not known. And it was connected to marshy waters. So malaria in Greek is foul. And that was all they could do. And it took another 100 years before it was connected to mosquito bites. And today we are talking about fever and say all fevers are malaria. So are we going to the 15th century? And this is what we're trying to really unbundle in Lagos as 16 over 15 million people. My slides. So if fever is still malaria, we go back to the 15th century. And then, of course, for evidence base, meant that we will have to quickly provide the evidence. Can I have the slide up? Yes. So the Honorable Commissioner, let me just pull it out from here. So I've given this background. Most health workers will not accept the test results when it's negative. And that's the challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, and if you don't have data, which we are talking about digitization, you cannot calibrate where you are. And so if we look at the entire program and the plan of the projects, is to see that real-time data is available and that tests are done. And when the test is done, we can say quickly, cost-effectively, this is where we are. Because you can get the rely on routine data. The country do not have quality data, and that's the challenge. Next slide. So, low confidence in the test. ACTs are being used. Lagos is making progress. How do we handle this? 94 to 96% of the reporting for malaria in the DHIS that categorizes states and Nigeria comes from the primary healthcare center, and this from the public sector. It's important to recognize this. Next slide. And we're bringing this on board because we provide the quality platform for quality diagnosis at the College of Medicine. Next slide. And we do all of this carefully to ensure that these tests are good to be used for humans. Next slide. And what is known? Please just keep on going on the slide because I'll just go through them. There are changes in Nigeria in terms of malaria epidemiology. Next slide. And then we see from the 2021 malaria indicator survey where Lagos is. Next slide. And you can see where we are here at 2.6%. Hopeful. And next slide. Good progress. And we're talking about the path for pre-elimination. We are on that path. And we are happy that this is being mentioned here today. And like I said, this signature. And in line with the stratification strategy and subnational tailoring by WHO. So we are quite on course on this. Next slide. And then you can see the different tests available. You can keep on hitting enter. You have microscopy that is powered by a human being. And then you have this rapid diagnostic test that is technology. But somehow we refuse to accept technology and we stay with humans with all the challenges. So that's what you see with microscopy. Just keep on pressing enter and all of this. And this is the test in 15 minutes. The result is out. The other one will take any time. It will be 1 day. And then based on that, we have done the scoping assessment of facility in Lagos.
Recent times, cosmetic clinics. So we're finding it difficult. We have limited capacity to ensure monitoring of these facilities. We also have inefficient manual processes because our digital platform is unable to carry out some of the processes in the agency. We're sitting on a lot of data in the agency.
With AI to make sure that the test is actually having the results that the pharmacy or PPMP says it does. We then verify that the treatment, the appropriate treatment. And then in the impact program, we goes to the public health system for malaria-negative patients to ensure that they're getting the proper diagnosis that they need and have a better understanding of what other febrile illnesses patients might have. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so I'll just talk briefly about all of the other partners that are working on this as well. So we are working closely, of course, with the Lagos State Ministry of Health, which envisioned this work and brought us in to support on this, with NMEP, which is overseeing the work and providing technical oversight, with WHO, which is providing, again, technical support and facilitation, and then importantly with our private sector partners as well, so PCN, which is doing quite a bit of the regulatory oversight and ensuring the quality of care in a pharmacy setting, with SFH, which is enabling the supply chain, and then of course with LASHMA, which is to go quickly into the final results on why this is improved quality of care. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So The work is providing network expansion, innovative financing, integrated health systems, supply chain resilience, comparative research, and regulatory reform, leveraging all of these different partners that we've mentioned to ensure that patients are able to access quality care and that the data is being provided back to Lagos State to help improve regulatory support, policy, and other things. I mentioned the partners that we have here already, but we're very grateful for all of the work that they are providing to ensure that there's quality of care in the private sector. And then finally, one final slide. To reinforce what Dr. Wellington said earlier, the work that is being done is also to be supporting with testing, understanding the difference between rapid tests and microscopy, to support on policy reform to ensure that rapid tests are always done before treatment for malaria in Lagos State. Thank you all so much, and we're very excited to be a part of this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessica Venon, the CEO of Measurements. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us further, Dr. Nina Obulafo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. We're very happy that this is happening today. So just permit me to do something unique in terms of our focus for malaria control in Nigeria. To do this, I will call on Dr. Dao, Country Director for Malta. We're going to have the Honorable Minister interested for malaria. Honorable Minister, please. Thank you very much. This is showcasing the main focus for malaria control in Nigeria, which we refer to as the 3 T's. Your Excellency, the first T stands for tests. We cannot overemphasize or we cannot underscore the importance of that. The second T, sir, is for treatment. Cannot have His Excellency and the Minister of Health standing for long, so once we take their samples, we're going to have them seated again. So can I have Dr. Walter on stage to come and quality check what is happening, sir, please? Thank you very much.
We are witnessing leadership by example. leadership by example by Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, as well as the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Salako. Please, let's appreciate them. That is the way to go for every one of us all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. So again, this is the way to go for malaria control program in Nigeria. The pre-elimination in Nigeria could commence in phases. We could commence pre-elimination in Nigeria in phases. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. So back to the fourth bullet on my slide. Your Excellencies, pre-elimination in Nigeria could be commenced in phases. It could start with the states, Lagos State, for example, and we could go geopolitical zones. So I was sitting with my sister, the Commissioner of Health from Ogun State. So the fever for pre-elimination have started. So I also want to say that it stands on Lagos State to make sure that this pathway for pre-elimination is properly done. The National Malaria Elimination Program is waiting to take the experiences and the processes that Lagos will use to achieve elimination to be replicated in other states. Your Excellencies, it's important to note that right now we have a couple of states under 10% prevalence in the country, and those states are Anambra, Kwara, and Rivers State. So what is happening in Lagos that has been flagged off today, it's like NMEP, it's poised to take what these processes and experiences are to states like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, sir, Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, who has been ably represented here today by the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle Salako. A round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellency, the excellent Governor of the Center of Excellence, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. I must recognize my brother, who is the one who has summoned all of us here today, the Honorable Commissioner for Health for Lagos State. And all members of the Lagos State Cabinet here present, our partners, WHO, World Bank, distinguished stakeholders in the health sector, gentlemen of the press. Because of time, let me say all protocols to be extended. We cannot give the governor for malaria alone. He has to attend to water, to road, to several other things. So I will shorten my speech, but I must say that today I'm wearing two caps. You may not see it physically. I'm standing in for myself and also standing in for my brother, the coordinating minister for health and social welfare, Professor Pate, who is unable to attend because of other assignments. I am most delighted to be at this auspicious occasion of the launch of the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitization program in the Center of Excellence, Lagos State, led by His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I recall that Lagos State pioneered intensive malaria case management in the early 2000s through the Eco-Free Malaria Initiative under the leadership of now our President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the then Governor. I am most delighted to be here today to be part of another pioneering initiative now under Governor Babatunde Sanwo-Olu as Lagos State takes the lead in the agenda to end malaria by 2030. Your Excellency, the Federal Minister of Health and Social Welfare is elated with this giant stride, which aims to improve malaria diagnosis, case management, and accurate tracking of cases through the integration of digital health solutions in the form of real-time electronic reporting systems, all targeted at further reduction in the burden of malaria and its eventual elimination from our land. This momentous project will not only set a track for malaria elimination in Lagos State, but in Nigeria at large, thereby once again making Lagos State a trailblazer. I want to emphasize that this project is in line with the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the renewed vigor for the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare on the rethinking malaria concept that was launched in April 2024 and is aimed at fast-tracking the malaria elimination goal through strategic shifts. We have continued to make progress in this regard, and the inauguration of the advisory on malaria elimination in Nigeria, Amen, the development of pragmatic costed plan of action, the expansion of permanent health care facilities, training of frontline health workers, and the initiation of domestication of affordable medicine facilities for malaria to make malaria treatment more affordable are all testament to the progress we are making. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry is taking these steps in order to reverse the undesirable trend of being the highest burden malaria endemic country globally, accounting for 37% and 31% of cases and deaths respectively. I am confident that Lagos State possesses the needed attributes that can help drive Nigeria to malaria elimination through such case-setting initiatives like this program. Furthermore, Lagos has consistently been the lowest malaria prevalence state in Nigeria, as evidenced from all the malaria indicator survey conducted in the country, with the most recent result in 2021 showing 2% prevalence, hence indicating a tendency of attaining pre-elimination when concerted and consolidated efforts are put in place. I wish to report that the challenge of let me use this opportunity to call on all stakeholders not to relent on their support towards this impactful intervention, which will contribute significantly to the drive at eliminating malaria from the world. Nigeria is ever committed to this drive, and we will continue to toe the path of global best practices. I wish to assure all Nigerians and our partners that the change in the policy of the United States government with respect to global health funding will not adversely affect our malaria elimination programs and other public health initiatives, as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has approved a robust mechanism to ensure adequate and cost-effective funding for our public health programs. I call on all state governments to join hands with the federal government to ensure that our country becomes self-sustaining in the funding of our public health programs. Before I end this address, let me commend once again and appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and his health team, led by Professor Akin Abayomi, for initiating and executing this laudable innovative project. I wish to also sincerely appreciate all the partners, World Bank, WHO, all the implementers, especially for providing the needed human resources, technical support, and the funding for the implementation of this initiative. I wish all of us a successful launch of this impactful project as a springboard for the elimination of malaria from our country. Thank you, and God bless the federal government.
Distinguished invited guests, Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of State, have your results. To say that the Honorable Minister of State not be confining you in a bed in Lagos. Your result is negative. Indeed, when patients go to clinics and the doctors tell you that they've performed a test, it is your responsibility as a patient to see the test. Please ask for the test and take a picture of it and have a record on your phone. My governor, the Excellency of Lagos State, I'm pleased to tell you that you may continue with your duties. Congratulations, sir. Your test is negative, in line with the low prevalence of malaria in Lagos as well. Chart a course to pre-elimination. Thank you very much for your support, both the Honorable Minister and our Governor and members of the Lagos State Executive Council. Mr. Governor, if you would like to approach the podium to give your keynote and to launch a pathway to malaria elimination in Lagos.
A practitioner himself and a strong politician, Dr. Thank you very much for finding out. Members of the State Executive Council, especially Professor Akin Abayomi, and Special Advisor on Health. Thank you very much for that cabinet members, all the permanent secretaries in the Health Ministry, and several of you that are here. Thank you very much for taking out time. The Country Director for the World Bank, Dr. Diop, the Country Representative for the WHO, Dr. Walter, all of our partners that are here, MyShamed, Impact, SFH, the National Malaria Organization, our friends from our neighboring state, the Honorable Commissioner for Health in Ogun State, thank you. All of our health practitioners and stakeholders that in our site. Thank you very much. And so it's an honor that I stand before all of you in this room are very strategic to launch the first in the country, another Lagos first, the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitalization program. We're here to affirm our commitment to safeguarding lives and the livelihood of every Lagosian. Malaria is more than a disease. It's a socio-economic burden that has held back individuals, it has held back families and communities for such a long time. It robs us of our productivity, it drains us of our household incomes. And for many households in Lagos, especially those modest earners, malaria, the name it alone brings shivers. It reduces their earning and reduces their ability to continue to earn more for their family. And so this financial strain often affects families and a lot of times causes heartbreaks and the rest of it. But we're here to put a stop or to even bring a voice to the step at which we want to eliminate that completely. It has affected school children from going to school, it has affected businesses, it has seen a whole lot of absenteeism and a lot of challenges in our society for several decades. But today, we have to change all of that narrative. The eradication of malaria opportunity. Imagine in Lagos where every child can attend school uninterrupted because of ill health, or an adult can contribute fully to the economy. And one thing that is instructive was the demonstration of the slide by Professor Akin, and I saw others as well. I can see that Prof already has a side job in animation and cartooning. It's a job that he can conveniently retire into. And the narratives were very clear. But the message was very, very transparently done. And all of us, in one form or the other, are guilty of this. You feel unwell, think you have a fever, the next thing is you are diagnosing yourself with malaria. Very easy just give me injection, just give me this tablet, I know what it is. We are all, self-diagnosing ourselves and self-telling ourselves that that is what it can only be and that is what it is, so just give us. But we can see that with knowledge and with communication, a lot of all of those negative things, you can rewrite them. And so this program represents a hope rooted on innovation, collaboration, and determination by leveraging digital tools that will ensure that every malaria case is tracked in real time. This is digital. Long are those days when you need to take a whole full blood from your body to just do a simple malaria test. I was asking for my bottle of Mortina, because those days when they take your blood test, they must replenish it with a bottle of Mortina. But you can see that with just a small prick, and in no time, you can actually, that's what digital life, has done. And so it has helped us by strengthening partnership with the private sector. We will expand access for quality care. It will help communities to have the knowledge and the resources. It will build a culture of preventing that leaves no one behind. And that's a message we need to come out of from here. All of us sitting in this room must immediately turn ourselves into an advocate, into a cheerleader, to be able to carry this message forward, to be able to tell everybody that needs to know. Go into our communities, pass on this message that this pre-elimination launch program has started, and it's for all of us to see it, to buy into it, and to work with it. The benefit of eradicating malaria goes beyond just health. The malaria-free Lagos, and indeed in future, the malaria-free Nigeria is achievable in our time. And we've all put our minds to it, it's something that could be done. We believe that if we can eliminate it, it will increase productivity, it will improve educational outcomes from our children, it will reduce considerably our health costs. It would also enhance quality of life. All of these points speaks to a better livability standards in all indices. And so this vision, though ambitious, I believe is achievable. It's because, therefore, all of us, government agencies, healthcare practitioners, healthcare providers, community leaders, development partners, and indeed all citizens, to work together with an unwavering resolve. Success will not come overnight, but will be sustained effort and collaborative action. We will prevail. You saw the slides that a farmer and the lady on malaria and the lady on immunization. You saw the statistics between January and February, what the run rate should be. Yes, we will say that, this is just March, but we need to look to double those numbers. We need to push those numbers to be able to achieve the 2025 target. We need to be able to push and achieve, because there is no magic to it. If your target is 2 million, and at the end of February, we are still doing less than 200,000. We are doing far, far less. So you need to double, your spike shoots. You need to work harder, twice as fast, twice as much for you to achieve the 2025 record. And Doctor told us, Prof, he told us from WHO that it's 2025. They are going to close the envelope. Hello? Yes, they said they are going to close it. And there's a 20, where is it? I thought it was. They're going to close it. Our target is that we have to take that $20 million. We have to do everything to make sure that we take it. We'll meet the criteria very, very quickly. Because if it's something that we've all said we want to do, then everybody must be on the same page. I want to commend the farmer and all the ladies that came forward transparently to show us those data. And what we need to do is we don't need to wait in October before we now cry. We need to be able to track this thing on a month-on-month basis. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our partners, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the National Malaria Elimination Program. Our community pharmacists are here. All of our pharmaceutical associations are here. Thank you very much. Our various private and public hospitals, and all of you that are here for your valuable support in making this initiative possible. Of course, permit me to thank in absentia our very hardworking Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Al-Pate. Our best regards and our best wishes to him. We know all of the things that he has brought about in his tenure as the Honorable Minister of Health. We wish him well. We are also tracking and monitoring, his all of his deliverables so that we can say at the end of the day, in your time, you did all of this. And to also thank the Honorable Minister of State for cooperating and operations with the Honorable Minister. We believe that if you do all of these things and you do them well, your time, your time in that ministry will be written in gold, and Nigerians will forever be grateful because we know that you are pushing everything to ensure that we save over 1 million lives, and you are doing so many things, so many big health initiatives, and we want to wish you well. To Dr. Diop, our country director for the World Bank, thank you for your invaluable support at all times, funding your technical assistance. We believe it will continue to catalyze our health initiative. To our country director on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mr. Uche, whose organization's investment has been pivotal to malaria control, we say a big thank you. Dr. Walter, our WHO country representative, we believe that your expertise and your advocacy capacity has helped also to push this forward. Thank you very, very much. To all of our partners, Marshall, Nets, who I met last week, I did promise, I said I'll be here in person. And to all of our other partners, please, let's see this as a start to work. It's only when we achieve what we have set for ourselves that we have done the job. They don't pay people for attempts, they pay people for results. And it's the result that is important. It's the result that takes us to that final praising point in which we all can say that yes, we've done our best, we've contributed what we've needed, and we've seen the results. I believe that we have everything to make it work. We believe we have all it takes to eliminate malaria completely in Lagos State. I want to congratulate our own Ministry of Health. Congratulating ourselves is telling you that you have a lot more to do, Prof, and all of you. But I will be watching, and I will do everything to continue to encourage you. And as a demonstration of that encouragement, I was whispering to Prof that I will also do something different. I will be promoting Dr. Idu as a permanent secretary. You don't know what you've done. By clapping means that she's going to work twice as much. All the very best hard work she's doing. To my fellow Lagosians, fight belongs to each of us. Let us embrace a preventive measure like eliminating mosquitoes, adapt, test before treatment. And I think that is the message we need to take away. All of our pharmaceutical establishments ensure that we can pass this message. Test before treatment. It is so important that we do not just take this for granted. Let us ensure that we can take this advocacy into our communities, into our nooks and crannies, and show really that once we have started this campaign in Lagos, we will go around every part of the city. We can rewrite the history of malaria in Lagos, and it is in our hand. It's all of us in this room that can help. I want to wish you all the very best, and I believe that when we work together, there's absolutely nothing that we cannot achieve together. Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I plead your indulgence, Councillor President?
She thought I really didn't like her. She was frowning her face one day. She was doing her eye and her eye.
Hello and welcome to Midday News, reaching you live from our studios in Souq News Television. I'm Oyinpriye Krumale. Let's begin with education, where the federal government is set to introduce computer-based testing for WAEC and NECO exams, with full implementation planned for 2026. This shift, starting in November 2025, aims to address long-standing concerns over exam malpractice and improve the integrity of the national examination. Education Minister Tunji Alausa emphasized that the transition aligns with efforts to modernize the education sector and enhance transparency. Alausa highlighted that unlike JAM's successful CBT model, WAEC and NECO have struggled with high rates of cheating, undermining the credibility of these exams. He noted that candidates often performing poorly in JAM due to strict anti-cheating measures, showing a significant contrast with the issues still present in WAEC and NECO. The transition to CBT, according to the minister, will eliminate miracle centers and protect honest students, creating a fairer system that will also help maintain the value of Nigerian certifications. From a business perspective, the move to computer-based tests signals a significant technological upgrade within Nigeria's educational system. The transition is expected to drive investment in digital infrastructure and educational technology. By tackling exam malpractice head-on, the government aims to boost public trust in national exams, enhance the quality of education, and ultimately increase Nigeria's competitiveness in the global education market. Now, electricity generation companies are calling on President Bola Tinubu to urgently meet with them over the mounting 4.7 trillion naira debt owed by the federal government. This follows a recent high-level meeting between the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, and GENCO chairman in Abuja, where fears of a potential national grid collapse were raised due to growing liquidity constraints in the sector. While the government has promised to begin stilling the debt partly through immediate cash repayments and partly via promissory notes, no date has yet been fixed for proposed meeting with the president. The head of Association of Power Generation Companies, Joy Ogaji, expressed caution and optimism about the government's promise, but stressed the urgency of resolving the issue. She highlighted ongoing challenges, including erratic gas supply, currency volatility, and maintenance difficulties, worsened by the dramatical way of the naira falling from 157 naira to over 1,600 naira to the dollar since 2023. Power company executives said the sector is at risk of collapse if urgent interventions are not made, with 2 trillion naira owed for power supply in 2024 and 1.9 trillion naira in legacy debt. Minister Adelabu described the situation as a national emergency, adding that the government is committed to stabilizing the power sector and preventing further crises. Now, the federal government has set up a high-level committee to review and reform the National Youth Service Corps. The aim is to make the scheme stronger, more relevant to Nigeria's developmental goals, and better suited to needs and challenges facing young Nigerians today. This move follows growing concerns over Corps members' safety, poor facilities, and questions about the Nigerian Youth Service Corps' usefulness in the country's current social and economic environment. The committee was inaugurated in Abuja on Tuesday by the Minister of Youth Development, Ayodele Olawande, in the presence of key stakeholders from government, civil society, and the private sector. Olawande noted that while the NYSC has played a key role in promoting unity and youth development since 1973, it now needs bold changes to stay effective. He said the committee will look into improving the scheme and the safety, creativity, and national impact, and ensure its goals align with broader development plans. The committee will review NYSC's current structure, hold consultations across the country, and suggest changes to policies, laws, and operations. It will also propose new ways to fund, track, and improve the scheme. The final report is to be submitted within a set time frame. Also, at the event, the Minister of Education, Maruf Tunji Alausa, announced plans to start a teachers' corps and a medical corps to send trained educationists and healthcare workers to underserved rural areas. A presidential aide, Adiza Usman, added that improved technical and vocational training must be a part of the NYSC's reform to better prepare the youth for the future. Internet usage in Nigeria dropped following the 50% tariff hike on telecommunications services approved in January, according to data from the Nigerian Communications Commission. The usage fell from 1 million terabytes in January to about 893,000 terabytes in February, a period that also saw higher prices for calls, data, and SMS. The cost of 1 gigabyte of data rose from 287 naira 50 kobo to 431 naira 25 kobo, while the price of a call increased to 9 naira 60 kobo per minute. Analysts had warned the adjustment could impact user behavior. Though internet consumption rebounded in March to cover 995,000 terabytes, it still trailed January's figure, breaking a trend where March usually surpasses January in usage. Despite the dip, telecommunication giant MTN Nigeria recorded over 529 billion naira in data revenue for the first quarter, while with mobile subscriptions climbing to 172 million and broadband penetration hit in nearly 48%. The Nigerian Communications Commission says that the tariff hike was the first in a decade, aimed at sustaining operator viability amid tough economic conditions. Now, the amount of crude oil, gasoline, diesel, and coal exported from major producers like Nigeria, Saudi Arabia, Russia, and the United States fell in the first 4 months of 2025. This happened because some countries, especially the United States, put new trade taxes in place. These taxes have made many countries buy less fuel, which is bad news for business that sell it. A report from energy data firm Kepler showed that the gasoline export dropped by 5% compared to the same time in 2024. This was partly because more people are now using electric cars. Most big fuel-buying countries like the United States, Mexico, and the UAE bought less fuel, crude oil, and exports also went down slightly, mostly because China, the world's biggest oil buyer, cut its import by 9%. Even though countries like India, Japan, and Taiwan bought more crude oil this year, expert says it won't be enough to make it up for the drop in fuel sales to East Asia, that the region usually buys 40% of the world's crude oil. By this year, it bought only 37%, the lowest in 6 years. This shows the fuel sellers may need to find new customers and change their business plans to keep up in business. Now, China has announced a major policy shift aimed at reviewing its struggling economy as the country continues to grapple with weak domestic demand and mounting trade tensions with the United States, in a move described as only one of its most sweeping signs. September, the People's Bank of China has lowered a key interest rate, the reserve requirement ratio for banks, as part of measures intended to boost lending and stimulate growth. Governor Pan said the adjustment would support innovation, drive consumption, and promote inclusive finance. The central bank also slashed mortgage rates for the first time. Home buyers are dropping the 5-year rate from 2.85% to 2.6%. China's economy remains weighed down by a crisis in the property sector and sluggish consumers' spending. Meanwhile, the escalating trade conflict with the United States marked the tariffs up to 145% on Chinese goods has further strengthened the economy momentum. Now that's a wrap on the news. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms. I'm Oyinpriye Krumale. Coming up shortly is Souq Business Landscape. Do stay with us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today. It's not possible.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Ige Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Ige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist. And just like many of the others here, the piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard, to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Igboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ig Imokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013. And for him, that experience has continued. We learned so much. We were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ig Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Igboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Igboje Ig Imokwede is back again. Ig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Ayers Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Lateef Jakonde. Born Lateef Kayode Jakonde in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State, on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakonde began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakonde editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakonde established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakonde ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakonde established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakonde was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakonde was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakonde, Souq Enlightenment. The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, Souq Enlightenment. The National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, Festac, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use. The National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, Festac, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The art.
Good day and welcome to Souq Business Landscape on Souq News Television. I am Omobola Sandra, bringing you smart conversations and timely perspectives on the business forces shaping Nigeria and beyond. Today's episode is packed with critical developments that impact our economy and our future. We'll be looking at Nigeria's education sector, how it's faring, what's changing, and where the opportunities lie. Then we pivot to the ongoing immigration trends, the push and pull factors driving young professionals out of the country, and what it means for national development. And finally, we break down the much talked about Creative Economy Fund, who's eligible, how it works, what it signals for Nigeria's booming creative industry. It's a full plate, and we're diving right in. Stay with us. But I'm not alone, of course. I have two amazing gentlemen with me here in the studio. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, Amabolali. I am Olumide Shokoya.
I'm Priye Krumale, and it's nice once again to be here. Three Musketeers.
I know. It's always fun to look at what exactly is happening on the business landscape. Today, we're starting our conversation from the education sector. And we have two guests who will be joining the conversation who would like to share their experience as well, or their thoughts on the analysis on the conversation that we're having today. Now, the federal government is to introduce CBT for WAEC and NECO by 2026. The federal government is set to introduce computer-based tests for WAEC and NECO exams with full implementation plan for 2026. This shift, starting in November 2025, aims to address long-standing concerns over exam malpractice and improve the integrity of national examinations. Education Minister Tunji Alausa emphasized that the transition aligns with efforts to modernize the education sector and enhance transparency. Alausa highlighted that unlike JAM's successful CBT model, WAEC and NECO have struggled with high rates of cheating, undermining the credibility of these exams. He noted that candidates often perform poorly in JAM due to strict anti-cheating measures, showcasing a significant contrast with the issues still present in WAEC and NECO. This transition to CBT, according to the minister, will eliminate miracle centers and protect honest students, creating a fairer system that will also maintain or help to maintain the value of Nigerian certifications. Now, from a business perspective, the move to CBT signals a significant technological upgrade within Nigeria's educational system. We're excited about that. But the transition is expected also to drive investment in digital infrastructure and educational technology. By tackling exam malpractice head-on, the government aims to boost public trust in national exams, enhance the quality of education, and ultimately increase Nigeria's competitiveness in the global education market. Pray.
Yep.
Olumide. Just yesterday, we had a conversation as regards the fact that 1.9 million Nigerian students wrote JAM. And out of 1.9, 1.5 failed. That conversation is still heavy on the front burner. And a lot of people have attributed this failure to the newly introduced CBT. The fact that a lot of these students are still struggling to come to terms with it, and the fact that a lot of students, have not properly been exposed, to the tech that is now. Your thoughts as we look forward to bringing our guests joining the conversation.
Okay, so first of all, I'm glad we'll be having two guests who will be speaking extensively on this topic. First, when the story of the CBT came out, one of the core reasons is to disincentivize cheating and examination malpractice. That in itself is innovative. And it brings about development as our forte, turns around from business economy to development. So if I look at it on the business aspect and economic aspect, it talks about technology development. Technology seems to be the driver of all sectors, all industries in the world. And examination or education is not left out in the picture. However, for it to be effective, those who are going to use the technology to carry out their jobs, or either in examination or in the hospital, in the healthcare industry, needs to be trained and needs to, be equipped to a certain level on how to use this technology. If that is not done, the primary objective for which technology is inculcated into that industry will be defeated. And as far as JAM is concerned, I heard stories about students who were sitting for the examination in very, very local areas. And they have not been exposed to this CBT before now, and 2 weeks to the exam, they rushed them to the mock exercise, and now they rush them to the main issue. But there is another side of the conversation that, okay, this could actually be the reason why we have over 70% of the students failed the JAM exam. But there's another question that another guest is bringing, that, okay, when did we introduce the CBT in the process of examination? So if it has been in the fray for quite a while, why are we saying, or where is this argument that students failed because they were not acquainted with that system? So it's neither here and there. So the thing is, will JAM deploy CBT to a very local village somewhere in Katsina State?
Very, very valid question. Thank you very much, Pray. Before I come to you, Olumide, we have our guest, Mr. Gbenga Olorunfemi, who happens to be a policy expert, also an educational consultant as well. We also have Victor Odeyemi, who's a social commentator, who would also join the conversation to share your thoughts as regards this introduction of CBT into WAEC and NECO, which we understand is a major deciding exam for all Nigerian students. Good afternoon.
Need to yourself so we can hear you over here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Olorunfemi. Thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon. That is Mr. Gbenga Olorunfemi, policy expert and also an educational consultant. I have with me here, I have Olumide, I have Pray. My name is Omobola Sandra. You're welcome.
To WAEC and NECO is long overdue. If you check globally, all exams are usually OBJ and they are computer-based. IETA, GMAT, GRE, and this is not something that we are talking about a decade or 2 decades ago. So we have been playing catch-up. Then talking about CBT to JAM. JAM started using CBT since 2012. It was from the days of Dibu Oderinde, and Oloyede came in 2015 under Buhari administration. He got a second term. That's why he's still there. So it's not like he's totally new to the students. I know someone from Landmark Secondary School in Kwara State last year that got 349 in JAM through CBT. But the result this year has been very, very poor. There are so many things to look at. And I'm talking first-hand experience as a UTME supervisor. A lot of these students are not exposed to it. So the real question is not, the real beam light should not really be on the students. Because it's not the case of them not knowing what to do for a good number of them, especially like 4 regions in Nigeria: the South, the Northwest, the South-South, the Northeast, and the North Central. A lot of those students were not prepared for it. One of the reasons JAMB allowed them to write mock is for them to be able to acclimatize and get. But you see students that are struggling to even delete. You see students that are struggling to use the mouse. You see students that are struggling to click. These are issues that it's more about who is the governor of the state, the commissioner for education, the SA on education, school administrators, you should not be writing SS2 exam going into SS3 if you're not comfortable with CBT. The students, the kids that we have right now, if you want to be honest with ourselves, these kids are digital natives. They can use the computer easily if they are exposed to it. The problem is that there are a lot of regions in Nigeria where people are not exposed to it as much as they should actually be exposed to it. And that's the thing that needs to be addressed. Once we can address that, again, we must ask ourselves, 1.9 million students are...
Impersonation, basically.
It will eradicate impersonation to a very large extent, to a reasonable extent. But it annoys me and pains me as a person, as a consultant, if the reason for CBT is examination malpractice. It should be about technological development. It should be about trying to do what global practice. We shouldn't, I don't understand the narrative in this country sometimes. We get very, very emotional and sentimental about the wrong things. We kind of major in the minor. You see a parent, they send their child to school, the boy writes WAEC and the boy writes NECO. He fails WAEC and passes NECO, and then they will tell you WAEC is the one that is good, NECO is bad. Did you pay that child to fail? How do we really justify? Because I was disappointed when the Minister for State talked about that the reason people did not do well in JAM is because they couldn't cheat. No, that's not it. It could be a factor, but it's minimal. So the reason for CBT should not be about cheating, even though it's going to eradicate cheating to a very large extent. Thank you.
It's very unfortunate because you mentioned something earlier on, Mr. Olorunfemi, the fact that a lot of these students are not exposed to this tech. I know we have this impression that because, we're in 2025, there's a lot of youngsters on TikTok and Instagram. This is totally different to, an exam environment. And aside from that, it's also very, very different from something that you use over time. So a lot of these schools, Mr. Olorunfemi, you understand that they do not even have computer labs. There are a lot of schools where the students would probably be seeing a computer for the very first time at the mock examinations. So at what point, or who should we hold responsible for this issue or this challenge now? Is it the government? Is it the schools? Is it the education ministry? Or is it the students themselves?
All of the people you have mentioned, except for the students themselves. I live in Surulere, and I'll be very honest with you. There are 29 junior secondary schools in Surulere and 22 senior secondary schools. You can take a drive around Surulere. There is none of these schools not have an ICT lab, largely influenced by Femi Gbajabiamila when he was in the House of Reps. But the funny part of it, these labs are usually locked. They don't use it. And if you challenge the principal, the next thing they will tell you is that the students will spoil it. Is it not practice that is going to make perfect? So there needs to be a reorientation, even for the people in charge. And then parents too. We are not a data-driven people. If JAM should release their data, you understand what I'm trying to say. And you will realize that most of the pupils that have done well are from maybe Southwest states and then Southeast states, because they are more used to having monitors at home, computers at home, they have access to computers, and then maybe a bit of the North Central states. But you see, when it comes to core South states, Northeast and Northwest states, a lot of them don't have these things. But it's the administrator and the government that should be blamed. You should make it available. It should just, even if it means that they are taking turns. But let's even start like this. Is there any school in Nigeria that does not have a computer teacher? So what is the job of the computer teacher? What are you teaching those kids from GSS1? Because if you check the curriculum, there's a computer teacher. Let's take it a step backward. What's the computer teacher? All of these kids take ICT. So what are they doing in ICT class? From GSS1 to SS3. So to say that you are seeing the computer or the monitor for the first time 2 weeks to JAM when you were taking your mock exam is an indictment on the whole system.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Olorunfemi. Now, there's something I'm more concerned about, and that depends from your line of argument, where you were talking about the students coming one-on-one contact with those CBT exams, or with those process, or with the gadgets, maybe 2 weeks to jam, and they go into the process. Do remember that in 2013, JAM introduced the CBT as an alternative to the normal conventional paper method of writing the examination. And let's say about 2015, the introduction of that process proper began. So if we're to make calculations between 2015 and 2025, that's about 10 years apart. If we have 10 years apart, and we have massive failure from JAM, and at this moment we seem to be blaming the CBT, which has, quote unquote, been in existence for 10 years as the reason why the students fail. Do you think that argument will hold water?
Not at all. As a matter of fact, in my own opinion, that argument does not hold water. It's a layman's argument. The argument is very weak and is a lazy argument. That's why I said earlier on that we are not data-driven. I need JAM to come out to let us know the universities in which people apply to more. Let us know the courses people apply to more. Let us know the courses that don't even get anybody to apply for them. Let us know the number of spaces you have. Why, if for example, the carrying capacity of all the universities in Nigeria are less than 500,000, why are you collecting money from 1.9 million students? All of these things will be answered. Let us know how the courses people failed the most. Let us know the regions in which people failed the most. From all of this data, you'll be able to tell where the problem really is. Let us know even the people that are failing. Are they the people from public school or for private schools?
Okay, so now what is the problem? What's the challenge with this recent abysmal failure that JAM recorded in its exam recently? What could be the problem? As a supervisor, as an education expert, what can you say it's the challenge for this abysmal failure?
Personal experience. What I saw in the South last year and what I saw up north this year is the fact that most of the students were being introduced to these things for the first time. They were not used to it. And that if that's happening to any student, you have to ask, who are their parents, who are the school, what schools did they attend, who are the school owner, or who are the administrators of those schools? How do you bring a child to write an exam who probably was just introduced to CBT 2 weeks to the exam when they were writing their mock? Because you won't get all of that in Lagos.
All right, Mr. Olorunfemi, I totally agree with you. I served in the North. I have friends who served in the North that can also, attest to the fact that there are a lot of schools that, do not have access to computers or even a computer lab or even a computer teacher at that. We have another guest coming on, but before we bring on Mr. Victor, I'd also like to quickly ask, JAM is easy. JAM is, it's just, you have multiple options, all right? You just pick A, B, C, pick one. But then you have WAEC, where you have the theory aspect. Then you have WAEC, you have NECO, where you have the theory aspect. So in such situations and all, what do you think can be done to assist and to support the students, to help them to come out better than what is going on with JAM?
Okay, without trying to advertise, the truth, you understand, the truth about it is that I know people in the last 10 years that developed an app. These boys graduated from Covenant University. They developed an app that can mark theory and submitted to WAEC and submitted to NECO. But the people in authority or policymakers did not take it. So I know people in this country, young men in this country, that developed a virtual laboratory where you do, alternative to practical, you just use avatars. You don't have to do the test yourself, like you are playing games. But the people in authority did not also take it. And then I beg to differ. JAMB is not easy, even though it's OBJ. And then global exams are OBJ. People, the idea of theory has gone. We shouldn't be writing theory again. But I'm not in a position to scrap it. But my point is that there are apps that can mark theories if that's the way you want to go. You see, when you write...
The issue, Mr. Olorunfemi, is the students now being able to navigate that. It's different when you just have to click on A or click on B. But now you have to type an entire essay, say, for example, for English, or you are doing, something even much more technical, and you have to draw diagrams now and all of that. So how do you think we're properly equipped, for WAEC and NECO?
Yes, I get you, which is why I said, in my opinion, theory should be scrapped. Let's go the way of OBJ. You understand? Because that's what you get globally. Nobody does theory globally again. For qualifying exams, in my opinion, theory should be scrapped. Because really, JAMB is a qualifying exam. Even if you score 400 over 400 in JAMB, you are still not guaranteed admission. That's the honest truth. The JAMB is to qualify you to present yourself to the university for post-JAMB. So if you go for post-JAMB and you don't pass, you still don't get admission. So why do you have to, and almost the same thing for WAEC. WAEC is a qualifying exam. You are supposed to present 5 credits to include English and maths. With your 5 credits and English and maths, if you show up and you don't pass post-JAMB, it will score you some points in post-JAMB. But if you don't pass post-JAMB, you still will not get the admission invariably.
If I might ask, how long do you think it would take Nigerian students to be well accustomed with the computer, to be well accustomed or to be well trained in handling the computer?
If we actually have the sincerity of purpose, to be well accustomed and to be well trained would not take more than 2 years, maximum. But you see, JAMB went the way of total CBT in 2015. That's 10 years ago. The people writing JAMB this year, 10 years ago, what class do you think they were? They were all in primary school.
But you also said that in every school we have computer science teachers. So they should have been educating these students.
I strongly doubt.
Well, in every school, ideally, we are supposed to have computer science teachers. And then there is ICT from GSS1 to SS3. So it's also pertinent to ask ourselves, what are they teaching? Is it that they don't have or they don't teach? Because the people that wrote JAMB this year, in 2015, they were in GSS2 or GSS3, primary 2 or primary 3. It's sad to think that people that were in primary 2 and primary 3 then cannot use CBT this year. Let's think about it. Take it a step backward and think about it retrospectively. And it says it's a sign that we're not making progress.
There should be a total overhaul in our education system, the curriculum vitae and all that, to actually enforce computer training or learning in our schools.
It should be a parameter. Even common entrance should be CBT. It should be a parameter to we should go the way of LMS. It should be a 50-50 now. You digitalize half of the things that the kids are doing in primary school and secondary school, and then they do a bit of theory, paperwork too. That's the way to go right now. If not, the next set of illiterates in the future are not going to be the people that have not gone to school. They are going to be people that have gone to school, they have certificate, they can write, they can read, they speak good English, but they are not digital literate. They cannot use the computer. That's going to be the next set of illiterates. In fact, there's a looming problem now for people between the age of 38 and 58. There are a lot of people that fall into that category that are not digital savvy at all. In no time, if they don't do anything about it, they are going to become illiterate. They are just going to start to struggle within the society.
Well, it's a very, very scary situation that we are looking at this time now, Mr. Olorunfemi, if you ask me, because federal government is looking at introducing CBT into WAEC and NECO by 2026, next year, which gives some schools barely a year to prepare their students for computer-based tests. Now, we have another guest who will be joining, who will join the conversation rather in a moment, Mr. Victor Odeyemi, who's a social commentator would also like to share his thoughts as regards this particular move.
So good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me.
We can hear you.
Yeah. So I I kind of disagree with Mr. Olubenga in some of the things he said, and even though we know the government needs to improve on some things, I think the students should also have a chunk of the blame. You understand? Because the we were the first set of people who attempted the computer-based test. And I personally I attended a secondary school where we don't even do computer at all. And in my first attempt, I scored 238. You understand? And in my school, as at that time, it was just two people that scored below 200, and it was because of the way we all prepared for the examination. We did not even have any template on how it worked. They had mock exam. We didn't have mock
The
exam.
preparation. What was the preparation? You didn't have access to computers. You didn't have access to a computer teacher or whatnot. What was the preparation that made you come out that strong?
I think why we passed is just because of the level students prepared then is just more than now. You understand? I was talking to a boy like 2 weeks ago, and he will be attempting literature in JAM. And in JAM literature, you need to read non-African poems, African poems, non-African prose, African prose, non-African poetry, African poetry, non-African drama, and African drama. And they will ask questions on all this. I was asking him that, have you read all the this? He said he does not have it. He does not. So how will that kind of person pass literature? And you will attempt 4 subjects. If you are not prepared for literature at all, that means you can only.
So, Mr. Victor, who's responsible for that? Who is responsible for that? Him not having access to those books or him not being exposed to those books? Who's responsible for that? The student, the teacher, the proprietors of the school, or the government?
Honestly, I just think it's the student. You know why? Because I know the kind of school he went to. I wanted to go to a school. We were not privileged. I didn't have money to go to the kind of school he went to. And even the year I entered school, it was the head boy of his school that scored the highest in Unilag Post TMA. That is for you to know the kind of school this boy attended. I'm not using him as a general this thing to judge everyone. I'm just saying that uh, I have worked in a tutorial center for over 4 years. And when you even give students things to read, things that you are sure that these are the things that will come out, they will not read it. You understand? They will not read it. And I would say that the computer-based exam, when you open the software on the system, you'll be required to put in your registration number. When you put in your registration number, the next thing that comes up is the questions. Which one you want to attempt first? You choose the one you want to attempt first, and you start it. Those are basic to me, honestly. To me, those are basic this thing to me. Honestly, that is what I think.
Thank you very much, Mr. Victor Demi. I appreciate. Thank you very much for joining the conversation. We'll go on a short break very soon, but before then, Olumide, pray. The students are now taking the brunt of this issue.
Yeah, from what Victor is saying, he's saying there's a decline in the reading culture of our students. So, who is to be blamed? Is it the teachers or the students themselves?
The reading culture is different from someone who is prepared to use a computer. If someone is not prepared for an exam, it's different from the person being exposed to technology.
Okay, so
if
even
he
if the
failed,
person,
then it's different.
No, no, even if he is prepared for that exam and he has read all, okay, even if he knows how to use the system very well,
yes,
and he did not read for that exam,
how
there's
will he
no way
pass?
he's going
He's
to pass
not
the
going to pass.
examination.
The crux of the conversation is the fact that we're introducing CBT. So let us leave the lazy students in one corner. Let us look and focus at the students who are unfortunate to be in a rural area where there is no computer teacher rather, or there is no computer for them to get proper exposure to be able to use for a life deciding this examination.
But it's also clear that these students, you are going to write an exam. There is no way that that exam is going to be on computer-based writing. JAM did not make CBT as the universal in the country. I believe there are places in the country JAM is not going to take it there that, okay, people from this XYZ village where there is no even power, let alone talking about a computer-based center to deploy CBT down there. JAM is not going to do that because they are not insensitive.
Mr. Lawrence mentioned it earlier, and we all know
that
computer science is in the curriculum. It's in the curriculum. It should be taught.
It should be taught.
It should be taught. The students shouldn't be responsible for the fact that a school does not have a computer for me to be able to learn.
Okay.
You know how to use a computer or whatnot.
How did they register for this exam?
Good question.
Great. So if they they were able to do this registration for JAM, which is through the computer system, because there's a site you have to visit, you have to insert registration number, payment receipt, your name, and all of that. If you could do that as basic, what Victor is saying.
So now we all know
activities that you need to do.
We all know basic to you. Basic to you. I feel like we're not putting ourselves in the shoes of these youngsters. Now, look at it this way. I served in the North. I had the opportunity to be close to a lot of these students. They want to. Now, we also understand that there are centers where you go to, and the person is the one that does the registration for you. They do the registration for you. They just need your details, and they do all of that for you. They're not going to sit for the examination for you. I was having a conversation with a colleague yesterday, and he mentioned the fact that, there was a student who was writing, the JAM, was writing JAM, CBT. And she answered the first question. She didn't know that submit was submit your entire paper. She thought you were supposed to click on submit per question. And she clicked on submit after the first question.
Then there is no next on the page. There's no next.
And she's done. So now, you and I are exposed to computers. We understand icons, we understand toolbars and all of that. They do not. So I'll just wrap things up with this. Let's bring back Mr. Olorunfemi, because just so that he can quickly take a look at what Mr. Victor said, because Mr. Victor is insisting that the students should do personal preparations, personal development, and the students themselves have work to do. Mr. Olorunfemi, do you agree with Mr. Victor?
Not at all. I don't agree. Can you hear me? I don't agree with Victor at all. It's a general problem with Nigeria. By virtue of what I do, I'm also a business consultant. So by virtue of what I do, I have to travel all the state capitals in Nigeria. There's no state in Nigeria that I have not been to the state capital. And then I was involved in, even when JAM was setting up CBT. Kumale said something that the truth is that there is nobody that writes JAM in Nigeria today that is not writing CBT. Some people have to travel from local government to another local government just because they want to write JAM. It is the school administrators that register people for JAM and the school owners. Some of these students do not even have to do anything. They just register them. They drive them there. That's why you see that people are leaving their house as early as 6:30 a.m. on the day of JAM. People are traveling to write it. We don't have enough CBT centers, but that's an argument for another day. Because we don't even have enough certified one. We don't have enough CBT centers. You see, when you live in Lagos, there is a tendency for you to think Lagos is Nigeria. Lagos is not Nigeria. The boy Victor spoke about, I do not invalidate their conversation or what has happened, but that's not a fair representative sample. Lagos is not a fair representative sample of Nigeria. That's the honest truth. So the fact that people can do some things in Lagos, in fact, Victor himself cannot tell me that he has not been exposed to computer before CBT. But we're talking about some students that have never been exposed to computers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olorunfemi. Just as he said, a lot of people you spent a lot of time in Lagos and you believe that that is the standard. There are 36 states and the FCT in the country, and there are major states in this same country that are still yet to get exposed to 1% of what Lagosians are exposed to. This is Souq News Television. We'll be right back.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Masi Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events such as the Independence Day in 1960 when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street, Souq Enlightenment.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
All right, welcome back. It is still Souq Business Landscape, and we are currently having a conversation as regards the recent announcement by the Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, as regards the fact that CBT will now be introduced to WAEC and NECO. Before we went on the break, we had Victor Odeyemi, a social commentator who had quite an interesting perspective on the conversation, putting the blame on the students. Let's go back to Victor. And let's hear what he has to say further. Okay, but then, before we have Victor on, we were talking about yes, I was talking about the fact that the students need to do more, and I'm trying to push out the narrative that what about the teachers and the government who are supposed to be responsible for these students?
Okay, so first of all, I do not want to make it look like it's just the responsibility or that it's the fault unilaterally lies on the role that the government was supposed to play. Okay. From that perspective, from Victor's perspective, where he said some of the students do not read, like adequate preparation or to even pick up some of these texts to read. He was talking about the prose, African prose and all of that. So you were asking who is responsible for providing these materials. Some of these students have smartphones, and some of these materials they can access for themselves because they are smartphones. Because we know that some of the students at their age are even more, they are even more skillful in operating this device than a lot of other people who are not their age. So if they do not have these materials available to them, it's something they can source for themselves. And on that particular part, we can say maybe the students were not really adequately prepared. If they were waiting for the school to supply them everything, I think that would not be a very proper way to prepare for an examination.
I enroll my child in a school. Am I responsible for the chalkboard in the school?
No.
Why?
But it's not a chalk.
The chalkboard is the same thing as the computer.
We're not talking about even the computer itself. We are talking about when you say people fail.
We are talking about computer-based tests,
yes,
and we're talking about the fact that a lot of students are not exposed to technology. I think just
there's
as
no way you would read for an
earlier,
exam.
reading for an exam is different from understanding the tool that you need to do the exam. Reading for an exam is different. You have lazy students. Yes, we have lazy students. They are everywhere all around the world. We understand that. But if the major tool for me to do my exam is something that my school has not provided or never exposed me to, why should I be held responsible?
All right, so let's look at it this way. Just like Victor said, I think he said 2013, that's when CBT has been. So this is the space of about 2012, space of about more than 10 years or thereabout. So there is no way, even the teachers in the secondary school, there is no way you say you are preparing for JAMB and you know that it's CBT. There is no way that your parents or even you will sit back and say, okay, because my school does not provide computer.
I think you're talking from a privileged perspective.
No, it's not about being privileged.
No, I believe that you are talking from a privileged perspective.
If you really want to get it done,
that are on scholarship, they're not paying their fees, they can't afford these fees, and now you're saying that the parents should have prepared them. Mr. Olorunfemi mentioned earlier on the fact that there are students that they have to travel from one town to another because, number one, in their town, there's no power. Number two, in their town,
there's no computer-based center for the examination,
center,
for them to write
or there is not even computer. So now somebody knows, I know that I'm going to write JAM next year, and for that reason, every week I have to take a bus to another town to go and prep myself, which shouldn't be.
I think you have to equally understand the perspective for which we are speaking here. And
I'm understanding your perspective.
No, the perspective.
But you're not understanding my perspective, which is for the students.
The perspective here is not about the computer itself or the system. It will require.
It is about exposure.
What you are saying is that okay,
the
government will have to bring the software and say, okay, for the students, this is the software that we are going to use to set the CBT. This is the interface that we are going to use to set the CBT examination. And this is how to go about it. Maybe that is what you are referring to. And I am saying that, look, students at that age and at this time, most of them are armed with this device, a phone. And we know that some of the students, with the way they are skillful in using this device, they cannot give excuse to have something as basic as entering a yes or a no, or to mark or tick an A in front of the system and click on next to the next question to answer and click on read the basic instructions right there in the front. If we say that is the reason, then I think we are completely deferring to the student and aiding their quote-unquote laziness. I don't want to call it laziness, but I think it is something as basic as Victor pointed out.
A few years ago, very few years ago, not too long ago, former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, held a test for all the teachers in Kaduna State.
It wasn't CBT.
That's not where I'm going.
Okay.
Because that's
not where I'm going.
Okay.
But I know you know where I'm going, but you just want to deflect.
No.
However,
yes,
he held this test, and we know how many teachers failed woefully. And that spoke volume about the education sector in this country. It spoke volume about the people whom we have placed our future in their hands. But then, let's blame the students because they were born in a rural area in Taraba State where they have to travel 2 hours to get access to a computer. Let's move on to the next story. Government policies, still on government policies. Whether or not it makes things better, let's find out. So, the federal government has opened a Creative Economy Fund application for big projects. They have begun accepting applications for the first phase of the Creative Economy Development Fund, CEDF, which is aimed at supporting Nigeria's growing creative and cultural sectors. The fund was approved by the Federal Executive Council, announced by the Ministry of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and Creative Economy. It is designed to support sectors like film, fashion, music, publishing, gaming, and tourism by providing access to sustainable funding. The ministry said this initiative will drive innovation, create jobs, and help diversify Nigeria's economy beyond oil. In the current phase, the fund is targeting large-scale creative projects that require investments of $100,000 or more. So, interested Nigerians are encouraged to apply before the deadline of May 30th, 2025 via the official CEDF portal. A second round of funding is scheduled for August 4th, 2025, and that will focus on supporting small and medium-sized businesses, SMEs, MSMEs, in the creative space. Now, a key feature of the fund is that it allows the use of intellectual property, like music rights, digital content, and films, as collateral, making it easier for creatives to access capital, even without traditional bank support. Now, Minister Hannatu Musawa has explained that the CEDF is a special purpose fund, which is supported by a commitment from Afrexim Bank, $200 million. And she said the fund will provide the essential financial structure that has been missing in Nigeria's creative industry for years. And according to the minister, there's the hope that the new model will help creative businesses to grow, reach new markets, and generate employment, especially for young people. All right, and also the fact that it aligns with the government's broader goals of promoting economic growth and enhancing Nigeria's influence in the global cultural space. And just yesterday, we had the conversation as regards the fact that we want to push Nigeria first. But then, that's a lot of money.
It's a whole lot of money.
Trust that it will get to the right people?
Now, that's where I'm going. Let's look at the loan that was given for students, the loan that was approved for students. NEL Fund. It was reported that some students had to pay for their tertiary tuitions. And after they had finished, that was when the loan was disbursed to the school. And the school were making some illegal deductions. I'm not saying this would happen, but I hope there's a system in place to read this kind of illegality. I'll stop there.
So, first of all, policies. When we talk about policies, there is an introductory phase of a policy. There is the testing or the experimental phase of a policy. There's the feedback phase of a policy. Then the policy designers in that feedback phase will now assess that policy and the impact and the effect of that policy on the people that that policy was designed for, then retool it and take it back to the system. It is deductive, it is known as the systemic framework or concept of policy design. I am not surprised we're getting that from NEL Fund, like you rightly pointed out. Even when the president removed subsidy and introduced that, okay, we're going to give out the 25 or the 35,000 naira wager, or what we call wage award, probably it started and all of a sudden it stopped. Then they went back to start. And this is not the first time that we've been having these phases and processes of policy being truncated. The reason is that the government will always go back, look at the effectiveness of it, and come back to reintroduce it. So now, I am not surprised. This specific policy for the creative industry is very good. It's very good. However, the government should be able to know that, okay, if we have introduced similar policies in the past, these are some of the feedbacks that we got. So the tendency, and some of those feedbacks, boils around corruption. Because we're going to have people who will come for it, or some people who are close to those policy makers are going to put forth one white paper and say, I need this fund. And when the government see the need to give it to you to achieve the specific purpose for which you requested for that money, for that fund, it can be channeled towards another means, like marrying a new wife, buying a new shoe, buying a new pair of jeans, or marrying a new husband, as the case may be. Now, so if that is the case, the government should be able to look at it, okay, the tendencies of what we experienced in the NEL Fund policy might repeat itself in this same policy. So how are we going to correct the anomaly? How are we going to make sure we nip in the bud the tendencies of corruption in that policy? That is where the government is. So if you're going to get it, you must have, those creatives that are coming for it must have a registered business.
I'm not just looking at NEL Fund. I mean, just how many months or years ago, about a year or so ago, there was the palliative conversation, the disaster and human rights.
Okay, yes, the Ministry of Disaster.
Thank you very much. Trillions of naira, mismanagement of funds and all of that, diversification of money into private accounts and, all of that. And my question would now come to the fact that is it money that, should be the next line of action now, disbursing money to the creative economy, or creating an enabling environment for these businesses to thrive? Because if we're going to take a cue from the NEL Fund situation or the palliative situation, because, the Ministry of Humanitarian, the Ministry of Humanitarian and disaster management and all of that, they also put money together they were supposed to send 5,000 naira to some people. There was the question of social register, and who are the people on the social register? So we have antecedents already that has already created a serious trust deficit as regards, funding of any kind. So now coming to the creative economy, Nigeria, it has been put on the map as regards, the creative economy. When it comes to music, when it comes to movies, we are putting Africa, forward now. So should it be funding, or do you think that the environment itself is enabled or is enabling these creators? Because just recently now, Prayer and Olumide, there's the back and forth between the federal government and Meta. Just last week, there's the back and forth between the federal government and Meta, and with Meta threatening to walk out of the country. 2 years or 3 years or so ago, there was the back and forth with former Minister of Information, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, and Twitter. So is the environment enabling these creators, or do you think that funding is the next step? I'll start with you, Olumide.
Well, I do believe funding should be. Funding really matters.
Even with the fact that policies and reforms and the environment is not really supported. So if a creative has access to these funds and then they still need to get some things done, and you have social media giants threatening to leave the country, would that funding do anything at that point?
I think it's mismanagement. I believe that there should be proper collaborations with governing bodies. Let's say, for instance, the Actors Guild of Nigeria. If you want to disburse these funds, go through them. most of these creatives, or shall I say actors or the rest of them, they belong to a certain association which can put the government in the right place that this is what is needed for this particular area. This is the amount we need. So I believe that not just disperse it, because if you say you want to disperse this thing, what is even the criteria? Who qualifies for this particular $100,000? That's about 160 million. Okay. Who's going to qualify for it?
So for me, I don't want to Omobolande, how do I call your name again?
Omobola.
It's okay.
Omobola Sandra. I nearly called you Ombalende. But now, so the thing is, creating an enabling environment sounds like an ambiguous statement, like an ambiguous word. Like, what is an enabling environment?
I just mentioned situations.
Okay.
For
Yes.
example,
Yes, I know.
Minister of Information, like former Minister of Information, like Mohammed, and Twitter, and more recently, federal government and Meta.
AI.
Meta
Great.
has a huge stake in our creative economy.
Yes, they do. However, the fund is non-debatable. The fund is non-debatable. I have been in the gathering of creatives and movie makers, movie producers, movie directors, and even been in that industry to see some of the deep challenges it is that money to make and create good movie in Nigeria or something that will be competitive in Africa. Remember how Nigeria is belling the cat, and something that is competitive and something that people like Prime or Netflix could come and invest and buy it and take it to their platform for you to get back how much you've spent. It requires some amount of money. The Lagos state government, through the Ministry of Art and Culture, does that. The federal government equally does that too. So being in the midst of these creatives, they provide money. Sometimes the offtakes could be as low as 5 million naira, but it will do a lot.
Yes.
In other case, if we are going to go the direction that Sandra is proposing by just creating an enabling environment, the thing is, we go out, if you see a creative or producers shooting movies somewhere like Obalende is seen, or Maryland, or somewhere in Oshodi, the hoodlums would intrude and they would disturb these movie producers. Shooting movies in that location, probably according to the story, that's the right location for them to shoot that movie. And you have hoodlums jumping in and telling you, for lack of a better word, I wish I know how to say it, and they say, like, give us money for shooting a movie right in this location. Why should you do that? You will stall that process, and at the end of the day, these producers will part with some amount of money. Yes. Now, the thing is, it's for the government. No, just a moment.
Should we encourage the crowd to collect money from them? Or
the government should intervene in cases that way. The government should intervene and to make sure that, look, you cannot, by providing security and having a strong conversation with these boys, to not only interfere with such process, to make it smooth for them, and also the money that the government is going to provide is for them to get the right technology that will provide the right quality, and to make sure that they are able to rent hotels for these actors, because that industry is vast.
Even security would cost something.
I'm talking about, is it the wardrobe? Is it about
the
camera?
Are we talking about the same industry? Have you seen the movies that have come out recently? I think we're shifting a bit. You mentioned just now as regards the fact that people want to shoot movies. Let me give you an instance. You know, when you watch a Hollywood movie, for example, at the end credits, you see appreciation to the state government, appreciation to the board, appreciation to the
They did that also in
board.
Nigeria.
No, they don't.
They do.
I've watched.
Oh, yes, they do.
No, they don't. But
I've watched a movie where that was done, accrediting the Lagos state government, accrediting the relevant Ministry of Arts and Culture.
That's 1 out of a million, but it's fine.
Oh, that's many. I've seen many.
That's 1 out of a million, but it's fine. The point I'm trying to drive at is the fact that there are guidelines. Say, for example, there's the rule that if you're going to hold an event that's going to have more than 150 in that place, you should write to the government, Lagos State now. You should write to the government, and then the government will give you an approval. And then you go and you hold your event. What is stopping the government if you want to shoot a movie in a public place, write to the relevant board, get your approval, go and shoot your movie. Anybody or agbero or whatnot that wants to come and disrupt your movie set, you show them the paper. Why can't we have a system like that? Why do I need funds from the government to fund agbero?
Who is?
That's what you just said.
No. How did a paper from the government, and they will say to tell you to go ahead?
We're encouraging them. Yes, that is the problem. It's a problem. I understand. I know. I'm not oblivious to the fact that yes, the agbero will be like that one does not consign us. But where are the security operatives? Are they not supposed to work with?
Oh no. Okay, so this is what obtains.
Are we not supposed to have
so this is what obtains.
Yeah.
So this is what obtains.
So we are so used to anomalies, and now we are accepting it as normal.
No. So this is what we should be looking at. When you are approached by these hoodlums, sometimes even with security, they are not going to back down.
Oh, that's not true.
Oh, very, very true. However, just behind our office here, a movie was shot. A scene of a movie was shot, and I looked at the quality of technology and the gadgets that were brought in. Foreign producers were equally brought in to shoot that movie. And why? Let me tell you the location they used. The Lion Building, the headquarters of the police. That's where they used. Why did they do that? The producers and the directors of the movies were quite tactical, and they have experience in the industry. And there's a reason why they chose that location, because the hoodlums cannot, come into such place to shoot that.
And not a money problem or a system
of course,
problem.
it's money. There's money involved in it. They are going to pay.
I also want you to understand
just
the fact that
I need to land.
Do we
it's not
agree
peculiar
on
to
that?
Lagos.
Thank you.
It's not peculiar to Lagos.
It's a Lagos.
The reason why I have to land in these instances where I have met producers who go out to shoot their movies in a volatile area such as Obalende, and you are flying your drone because you need to get a drone shot of that movie. According to your script, you need to get that shot. And these boys will come out and they will seize your drone. How much is that drone as a producer? Do you want to lose that?
Not just movie producer,
even as a reporter. Get it off. Even I have gone out for a report
because me before,
and I was doing a report, and somebody actually wanted to beat me up. Now look at me. If you punch me one, I will fall down on the floor. Now tell me,
it's true.
I think I should punch him one.
So now they wanted to beat me up. And said, do you know what they said? They said I was speaking for the government. We are going to tell a different story, and you go to your studio, you amend the story, and you give us a different perspective to the issue. And I'm like, no, this is not owned by the government. This is a television that is not owned by the government. And even if we're not going to, you do not even know the ethics and what governs my profession as a journalist. I am not going to put a camera at your face and you'll be insulting the government and call the government names. And you want me to come back to my studio to put what you said right in front and said, just do it the way I said it. No, there are rules that govern this. So there is a problem. And even the government playing its role, the government needs to play its role to the fullest. And one effective way the government can play the role is to give out money. And that money is to support these movie producers.
Give them money, yes.
Who expand their creative innovation
by
to
all
do
means,
that.
By all means, Mr. Kromale, give them money. They need money. We all need money. I need money. If you give me money, I will do so much more. But I still believe that the system still needs to be checked. All right? I think the way you just said that story, or the way both of you have said this story now, it's like we're romanticizing agberoism.
No.
That is what it looks like. Oh, it's normal, let's just deal with it. It is a problem that should be dealt with a strong hand. But no, let's give them more money so that we can be safe and our equipments can be safe. We need to start wrapping things up now. Do you have any last words?
Well, not much, but let's face it, let's be real. These agberos do not just exist out of nowhere.
Thank you.
they are being backed up by very powerful people whom I cannot even mention on air. So you saying we are romanticizing them. We know this, when election comes, politicians use this agbero. So it's not as if they are just lying fallow. Some of them, even if you pick them up, arrest them, throw them in the cell, 2 days later, someone comes and bails them out. So
nothing can be done, we should accept that.
No, I'm not saying nothing can be done. It can be done, but it's the willpower to do it.
It's all right.
Okay.
Help us, God.
Okay, so political framework, creating the right environment. If the government and the politicians can use the agberos to, protect their ballots or to cause
Their
trouble,
ambitions.
or to protect their political ambitions during election, they can tame them.
Thank you.
But you know what? They're not going to do that because that's a strong political asset. If you destroy your political asset, you're going aground politically, but it's a wrong political asset that is rubbishing the system, for lack of a better word.
It's very, very unfortunate. We've seen series of situations where, funding comes and diversification of funds, mismanagement of funds, misappropriation of funds, is always the end of it all. There's certain ministry, we've changed accountant general, or during the administration of, former President Muhammadu Buhari, where, many accountant general, were questioned under that particular administration. So funding, corruption really is a major issue, and also the system needs to be looked at. And that's a wrap for today on the Souq Business Landscape. My name is Omobola Sandra. I have with me...
I'm Oyinpriye Krumale. And thanks for watching.
And I'm Olumide Shokoya. Many thanks for watching.
Stay with us.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
Dr. Souq A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in his statements, revenue growth is the lifeblood of a nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. Zaka Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. Zaka Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're seeing that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. Souq, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal land revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the bad allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, well, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. Souq A. Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
In life, the path to success is often windy and filled with obstacles.
However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot new opportunities, Michael Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and tenacity. A self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa, Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. His knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil, and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who, despite the odds, has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. Their influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the titan. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship. His first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore the avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. But it was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, one of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that could have derailed his ambitions, but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tumultuous period with an unvarying determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he will erect a business dynasty that will span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globalcom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globalcom has grown exponentially, connect billions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of Cornoil, one of Nigeria's largest oil exploration companies. Cornoil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is a testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with the launch of Globalcom. This was a pivotal moment, not just for Adenuga, but for the nation as a whole. Before Globalcom, Nigeria's telecoms industry was dominated by a single player, but Adenuga had the vision to democratize telecommunications, making it accessible and affordable for all. Globalcom entered the market with a bang. The company was innovative, offering unprecedented services like per second billing, which was the first in Nigeria. This level of innovation was a game changer, challenging the monopoly of the existing telecoms giant and forcing competitors to step up their game. But Adenuga didn't stop there. He knew that to truly disrupt the industry, Globalcom had to grow rapidly. The company embarked on massive network expansion projects, erecting thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cables across Nigeria and beyond. In less than a decade, Globalcom has grown from a new entrant to a major player in the telecoms industry. Its services reached millions of Nigerians, even in the most remote corners of the country. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit didn't stop at telecoms. In fact, his business acumen was put to the test in a whole new arena where he took over Cornoil, Nigeria's first indigenous oil company. Under Adenuga's leadership, Cornoil expanded beyond its initial operations, becoming a frontrunner in the Nigerian petroleum industries. It now boasts a strong presence, not only in exploration and production, but also in downstream operation, such as the marketing of refined petroleum products. Yet, Adenuga's ventures didn't stop here. With a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, he delved into the world of real estate, immersing a portfolio of properties that spanned the globe. From commercial buildings in Nigeria's bustling city centers to luxury residents in some of the world's most sought-after locations. Adenuga's property investments are as diverse as they are extensive. Banking, too, has felt the Adenuga's touch. He has been instrumental in shaping the industry, contributing to its growth and stability. His influence and investment has helped foster a banking sector that is robust, reliable, and ready to serve the needs of Nigeria's growing economy. But Adenuga's impact extends beyond the world of business. His philanthropic endeavors are a testament to his belief in giving back to the community.
Well, that's a special man to me. A very special person. That is a man that made my path, my ways very smooth. That's a God-sent person to me. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. is somebody that I will continue to thank, to appreciate, and to continue to pray God to help him, to give him long life and good health. Well, decades of our relationship, way back in the 80s, Rafi Ladipo was a nobody. But through the help of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and God's grace and blessing, I am what I am today. I owe it all to God, and indeed, Dr. Mike Adenuga, my second God. I'm close. I know him. He's a man that loves to assist his friends. Even if he's hungry, he'll come back and call his friend. This is the way it is done. So for me, my knowing Dr. Adenuga Jr. has been a blessing.
Through the Mike Adenuga's Foundation, he has donated billions to causes closest to his heart, including education, health, and social welfare. He has funded scholarships, built schools, and supported hospitals, underscoring his commitment to improving lives and empowering future generations. In essence, Adenuga's business journey is not just about creating wealth, but also about creating value.
Several years back, the Nigerian League had no sponsor. And it took me less than 1 hour to get Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. understand that he needed to help our football to grow. I just called the then president of the league, the late Oyuki Obaseki. He met me at the National Stadium and was feeling very sad. And he said he was going back to Abuja. I asked him why. He said because he was not happy. Only yesterday, he got the biggest disappointment of his life. That a company that had agreed to sponsor the league had reneged, and they were no longer ready to sponsor the Nigerian league again, unless they cut the agreed amount, the initial agreed amount between the National League and their company, unless they cut it into two. And he asked, how will he now prosecute the league? I said, you can't prosecute the league. I'll get you a sponsor. Are you ready to go with Glow? He said he knows nobody in Glow. I said, I am Glow. And I quickly called the group CEO, Mr. Mohammed Jamil, and I asked him, wouldn't you want to sponsor the Nigerian League? He said they want to, but they don't know anybody on the Nigerian League. But, and I gave my phone to UK Obaseki to speak with Jamil. The man who was going to Abuja, who was ready to fly to Abuja, changed his mind because of what he heard. That Glow was ready to sponsor the league. And pay much more than the initial agreed amount he had with the other sponsor. That agreement took just 24 hours. And Dr. Mike Adenuga paid a sum of 610 million naira to sponsor the league. And of course, every year, there is always an increase of 10% recurring. So that was how the Nigerian League got sponsorship through Globacom. And to all of us as Nigerians, we need to thank Dr. Mike Adenuga.
His diversification and expansion strategies have not only multiplied his fortunes, but have also contributed significantly to Nigeria's economic development, job creation, and societal welfare. In the world of business, especially at the grand scale that Mike Adenuga operates, it is not uncommon to come face to face with challenges. His path to becoming a billionaire was not always smooth. He had his fair share of obstacles, some of which were marred by controversy. On such instance was the legal issues he faced in the early years of his telecoms venture, Globacom. There were disputes over licensing and allegations of non-compliance with industry regulations. The Nigerian government was not always his ally. At one point, he found himself in a standoff with regulatory bodies. But what makes Adenuga's story remarkable is not just the controversy he faced, but the resilience in the face of adversity. He didn't allow these obstacles to deter him. Instead, he used them as stepping stones, turning the negative into a positive. His legal troubles were not just an obstacle, they were a test of his character. He passed with flying colors. Adenuga fought to clear his name and to ensure that his business complied with unnecessary regulation. This commitment to integrity has been a cornerstone of his success. Despite the disputes with the Nigerian government, Adenuga never lost faith in his homeland. He continued to invest in Nigeria, creating jobs, contributing to the economy. Indeed, the path to success is never easy. It is filled with trials and tribulations. But as Adenuga's story shows, it is not the challenges that defines us, but how we respond to them. Through it all, Adenuga has remained steadfast. His success, a testament to his resilience. Mike Adenuga's story is one of determination, ambition, and unparalleled success. As we delve into the legacy he has built, we uncover a narrative of resilience and visionary leadership that has left an indelible mark not only in Nigeria but across the continent and the world. His journey from taxi driver to billionaire magnate continues to inspire a generation of entrepreneurs who dare to dream and strive for success against all odds. Adenuga's contribution to the Nigerian economy are monumental. His businesses, from telecoms to oil and gas, have created thousands of jobs, fueled economic growth, and contributed significantly to the country's GDP. His generous efforts, too, have transformed lives and communities, further cementing his legacy as a leader who not only builds businesses but also uplifts society. The respect for Adenuga is universal. From world leaders to business leaders, many acknowledged and admire his entrepreneurial acumen, his relentless drive, and his unwavering commitment to excellence. His name is synonymous with success, and his story is a testament to the power of vision, hard work, and tenacity. Mike Adenuga's story is a testament to the power of ambition. His journey from the humble beginning of taxi driving and petty trading paints a vivid picture of what tenacity can bring. He treaded the paths of uncertainty and risk, but his unyielding spirit guided him through the challenges. His ascent to the pinnacle of success, becoming one of Africa's wealthiest individuals, is an inspiration.
Adenuga likes singing one song. It's a miracle walking God. It's a miracle walking God. He's the Alpha and Omega. It's a miracle walking God. He loves him.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said, we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other. And I'm happy that many years down the line, we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make that move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to Tom Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he doesn't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was we have 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. customers of Standard Trust Bank that were used to a certain level of self-delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were earned from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that was all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans. Targets, if you have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second year intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. People want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger.
I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout memories, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sport. I love yoga, as you said. Yeah. But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planting.
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side not so. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Having Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of Heirs Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So move in, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing the connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain, him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Stalin House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004, was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced a move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had 2 options, commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Girigu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year-on-year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Force Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Force access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Force Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power PLC. Geregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola's philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Ekpe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Eko Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of "I belong" and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco-Atlantic city was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkaland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets, and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco-Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far. Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic, and health benefit. Rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced, the government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babatunde Fashola demonstrated that when the government takes waste disposal seriously with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to a lower public health costs, fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic and reputational challenge for businesses and a government issue for policymakers. By adopting strategic communications, businesses can shift consumer behavior, governments can enhance enforcement, and citizens can embrace a cleaner and more sustainable future.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, The National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols.
Hello and welcome to Souq News Television. We're reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shokoya. Now the news. The federal government has kicked off the development of a bamboo processing factory in Kogi State aimed at reducing tree felling and promoting sustainable alternatives for cooking fuel and industrial use. Minister of Environment Balarabe Lawal made this known during the 2025 ministerial press briefing in Abuja, describing bamboo as a fast-growing and eco-friendly substitute for wood. He revealed that the feasibility studies are also underway for similar bamboo factories in 7 other states, including Ogun, Cross River, and Kaduna. As part of a wider environmental effort, Lawal added that the government is expanding agroforestry and reforestation projects under the National Agency for the Great Green Wall. These include raising millions of tree seedlings, establishing shelter belt vocational centers, and distributing solar-powered equipment across 11 northern states affected by desertification. Nigeria will host 35 countries for the 61st Africa Day celebration in Abuja from May 24th to May 27th. The event will gather speakers from across the continent to discuss key issues affecting Africa, such as unity, borderless trade, and the AU's Vision 2030 initiative. It will also highlight the inclusion of youths and women, as well as the promotion of African cultural values. Mr. Young Peril, coordinator of the African Union Simulation, revealed that this year's celebration will be different, focusing on creating a unified voice for Africa's development. He emphasized the importance of collaboration with African and Nigerian organizations in building stronger continent. The event will also serve as a reminder of Africa's rich culture and the need for a collective effort to build a global powerhouse. Ahead of the next year's Africa Day, a liberation walk will take place to celebrate freedom and unity. The event will also include discussions on Africa's development and sessions for youth and women. The Nigerian government's support for the celebration was acknowledged by the Planning Committee, stressing the importance of patriotism in the continent's journey towards progress. Global rice prices have dropped to their lowest levels in years, and Nigeria is among the countries reaping the benefits. The international rice market saw a significant slump in April after India, the world's top exporter, lifted its final export curb imposed in 2022. This move drove Indian parboiled rice price to a 22-month low, with similar drops recorded in Thailand and Vietnam. For Nigeria, one of Africa's top rice importers, the timing is crucial. The country recently received a shipment of 32,000 tons of brown rice from Thailand under a temporary tariff waiver, part of efforts to cushion the effect of rising food prices. Experts say this global price dip will help ease pressure on food costs in Nigeria and across West Africa, though concerns remain over the impact of local rice farmers. Meanwhile, global rice production is projected to hit a record of 543.6 million metric tons this year, with India alone holding stockpiles 5 times its national target. On the foreign scene, the United Kingdom has offered to mediate between India and Pakistan as rising tensions over Kashmir threaten business stability and regional trade. After deadly missile strikes and border shelling left at least 19 people dead, United Kingdom Trade Secretary Jonathan Reynolds said the UK is ready to support both countries to de-escalate the situation. He warned that the ongoing violence could disrupt economic cooperation and trade flows in South Asia. Business experts say the conflict could weaken investor confidence and affect cross-border investment, especially as both India and Pakistan are key players in textile, tech, and agriculture exports. With Pakistan closing its airspace and the United Kingdom Foreign Office advising against travel border areas, global businesses with interest in the region are already reassessing operations. Airlines and logistic firms may also face disruptions. The United Nations also urged restraint, warning that further conflict between the nuclear-armed nations could have global consequences for security and trade. Now the United States and Chinese officials will meet in Geneva this weekend for high-level negotiations. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Chief Trade Negotiator Jameson Greer are expected to sit down with Chinese top economic officials. He, like Bern, marking the first significant engagement between both sides in months. Washington and Beijing are expected to discuss rolling back some of the tariffs and revisiting rules on export controls. China's Commerce Ministry confirmed its participation, stating the talks consider global expectations and domestic economic pressure. China's central bank has announced new stimulus measures, while the U.S. is in discussion with multiple trading partners to ease tensions globally. Analysts say the Geneva meeting may mark a turning point if both sides agree on steps forward towards de-escalation. Now, Britain says it is in active discussion with senior U.S. officials following former President Donald Trump's surprise announcement of a 100% tariff on all movies made outside the United States. Speaking to the Parliament, the UK's Minister for Creative Industry, Chris Bryant, said the government is working to understand the proposal and protect the country's globally competitive film and TV sector. Trump's announcement has raised concerns across the entertainment world, with many industry experts questioning how such a tariff will be enforced, given the international nature of film production. Britain's film industry remains one of the most vibrant globally, with nearly $6 billion spent on production in 2024 alone. Analysts warn that the proposed tariff could disrupt transatlantic collaborations and pose challenges to future co-productions. Brand also noted that Trump has yet to provide concrete details, and the United Kingdom is closely monitoring development to safeguard its creative economy. And that's a wrap on the world news on Souq News Television. Do well to join us on all our social media platforms at Souq News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Do have a great afternoon.
I'm Godi Odidi, the CEO of Mindset Media and Achievers Gabro Limited. Mindset Media is all about celebrating people from nobody to somebody. We celebrate excellence, we celebrate innovation, we're also celebrating networking people from one part of the country to another. Oh yeah, the events about Global Mindset Media Achiever Excellence Awards, celebrating people with integrity. We celebrate our 13th anniversary at Lekki Noventa Hotel, Lagos, last Sunday. And I can tell you that this is the first time we are giving an award to non-Nigerians from Syria alone. They're based in US. And most of our awardees were from abroad, you know. This is the first time we did that, and this event was so fantastic that, you know what boss said, it's beyond me because the crowd we're expecting 150 guests, but we had over 250 guests. The hall we wanted to use, it's not the hall we wanted to use, but God did it one way. We used the hall of 1.2 million naira where at least the 1,000 capacity could reach everybody. And everybody were so happy. The mindset I was about being inspired by God. I started from Ajigule to Festac. Actually, we started from a church venue because we cannot afford a venue then. That was 2011. But consistency, determination, perseverance took us to where we are. We have been doing the program at Festac. In 2001, I just made a prophetic statement that I'm taking this program out of Festac to Lekki. One of the guests that came and one of the awardees told me, said, that November, he reminded me, December, said, what you said, you have to fulfill it. And last year we did it, but I can tell you this year was fantastic because I've received calls all over the world. People are telling me that this program is beyond. Even people are now beginning to nominate. As I'm telling you now, we have already have people nominating for the next award. So the program is all about networking. I did something again that day. Everybody in that program, like what Mindset Median, everybody's equal, whether you are rich, you are poor. We had our guests, and I told them publicly that everybody should network. Everybody should collect each person's number to network. Tell them your business. Even my team, I advertise them what you are doing for a living so that people can contact you. So Mindset Media is about connecting people, their businesses, anything they are doing, but they must be credible, they must have integrity, they must have professionalism. Yes, the individual that received the award, from different categories. We have people from the business world, the technology. We have people from politics. We have, and the way we nominate the people, we have a style we do in nominating our people on website. And we have our website. We advertise your name. If you are nominated, we throw it to the public. We started our nominations, that was June. Our nomination was open by June, so we started nominating people. The nomination came over 700 nominees, but we have to select them with my team to 31 because we discovered that we can't just give everybody an award. People were ready to pay, but we said we are not giving an award based on money. But because of the economic hardship, we have to say, okay, let them have a standard. We have gold table, we have a platinum table, where each of the awardees they sat down, and we did a lot of things to improve humanity in this award. Oh, this award this year, I'm very flabbergasted. Let me use that. I'm super excited because this year award was fantastic because when I met our boss here, the first day I came here, we discussed. I was super excited because this year award was fantastic. People are calling me all over the world because I have not seen that. I discovered the award has grown beyond me. As what boss said, it has grown beyond me because even my team, we couldn't even meet up the people, the guests, and I was surprised. And we did so many things, what we have not done before, because in every year of our awards, every mistake we have done, we improve on it the next year. But this year we did something very fantastic. We brought things that world-class awards, Headies awards. We brought classic things into the system. He now made it look so great that people were saying, is it God or this? Somebody was asking, do I do ritual? We're asking, what happened? Even people saw the picture. People are still calling me from Sweden. People calling me from UK, telling me that, are you the one doing this award? You did an excellent job. What we did is that we have to go through a lot of people who are experienced, like Mr. Victor Oluwafemi, a lot of people who believe in my dream. I listen to their advice. I even listen to the advice of my team. And so as young as them, when they brought the ideas, I said, okay, let's work on it. And those ideas work for us. So, and at the end of the day, we did so many things. When you look at the economy and look at such an event put together, so if our people went home and they are thanking God today too. You see, it's a very big problem in Nigeria, searching for a good leader. The economic hardship is not helping matter. And today, for you to see young people driving leadership force is very difficult now because they have made the system so very poor that you have to think about your stomach first before you talk about quality leadership. And this situation is that it all depends on youth like us I resigned from my political appointment. I had a political appointment. I was supposed to be in Abuja with a senator who won the election. I was the chief press secretary. I have to resign because I discovered that my vision was so great. I don't want to sit down somewhere waiting for political salary and other stuff, killing my vision that I've built for 13 years. I have to resign to enter the streets, which I am. So to build leaders, it will take years because, first of all, let's look at how Nigeria was given. It was a foreigner that gave Nigeria this name, Florence Shaw. That means everything we are doing in Nigeria is foreign. We cannot live without foreign things. So you don't expect quality leadership at this moment because we are not really electing the right leaders in the right positions. If, for example, the last elections, Nigerians came out and vote. If our votes are counted, Nigeria can decide that this is the person we want. If you make any mistake, we'll tell you, go out of the leadership. But it's not like that. So it will take some years because the system has impoverished, have made many people poor. So when they see money, they can say anything. They can support anybody they like. But I'm praying that by God's grace in my generation and other generations coming, they should also look at how you as a youth must be self-employed. Self-employed means that you should, when you see something that is wrong, say it out. Even though somebody is paying you salary, tell the person this thing is wrong. So if we're able to have such leaders in place, Nigeria will have a better leadership, but it will take years. First of all, you must be educationally equipped. The level we are now, we're in the social media era. Social media can teach you good, bad, ugly, and so on. You can expose yourself to many training skills. The reason why our youth remain where we are not ready to learn. We know it all. We have a lot of youth. At this age, I've written over 14 books. And this time around, my books sold so much in this the program where people want to read. I was surprised that Nigerians are still reading, despite the hardship. So people want to read. People want to learn. People want new things. So I'm advising the youth now, try to be self-independent. Have integrity. Build yourself for tomorrow. Don't allow any political leader to take you unaware. So if we can build ourselves, I'm telling you, the future is bright for the youth.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who funded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing out there, people outside the gate of the stadium. There were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him. And I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium. But because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member, I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental, when you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder, officially because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Cote d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997 because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the Supporters Club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the Supporters Club in America. In 1996, I led the Supporters Club to Atlanta in 96. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the Supporters Club, support of the Supporters Club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage, and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, Ladipo, I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fails. Who never fails. Forevermore. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Boya chukuna gaza, boya chukuna gaza mere, Messiah yobiuma, boya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanu Nwankwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Chested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song, and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1. But we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief. And it is general. Everybody must have it. That this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors. And not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patron par excellence, because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives, to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding, because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road. They will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years. They could no longer do it. Then, for 1 year, MTN did it. They could no longer sustain it. But later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor, and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us, and some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambode. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. I mean, good luck, Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waidi Anderile Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashorun. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little mistake, misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please, go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But this is unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where your You have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters club will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the supporters club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in angle 90, some people in angle 180, some people in angle 360, some people in angle 60, supporting one team. It does not augur well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium, and I saw them, some people were up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring their ticket, my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee or the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, when you are not there, in a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the supporters club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the supporters club as we speak is Reverend Samuel Ikpeya. He coordinates the activities of the supporters club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the president general because we have supporters club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the supporters club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the supporters club in UK. In all Francophone countries, the head of the supporters club is called president. In Anglophone countries, the head of supporters club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the president general is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the president general worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them would not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the supporters club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me, what did we win in the last 8, 9 years? Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Côte d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible, but it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Passero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Passero to go to Côte d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this which doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. Well, the witch coach, we call him, we remember it, now it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria, and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trouzet. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Ahmadu. qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these two coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as at when due. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem. And I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. The last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, our boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now, we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow, we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money, other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20,000, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3, 4 years, our boxers have been earning big money. Some of them earning millions. Some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, Go TV. Go TV night every day. They've had about 29 Go TV sessions. You know what that means? Go TV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, if not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos. We have sent advice. We have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to put the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see what developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football if we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training? Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sides have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future. And of course, becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football. Yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this: if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football, keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life, making money. There's a way, we have one thing we are developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no kind of ease or no house of his or her own has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we are doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Itiraikate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 million, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the top place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We are going to start the second edition very soon. We are now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally, having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That's why we're asking that we should put more money. We should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take, for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports, they give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kano? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray, and he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match, in Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, where in this country, football and sports is a lifeline, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting our sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key. Not just the taking part in competitions, Because if you are not developing sports, you are only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, one, you are helping the youth. Two, you are helping the nation. Three, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness from, of the youth in the society. I want us to advise the minister to key into the development of sports from the grassroots. Let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to the rural areas. Football is played everywhere. Go under the bridges, you see people playing football. Let the minister put in place, through the NFF, a consortium of coaches that will go to these schools, that will go to these corners. Everywhere in Nigeria, you have talents that can be helped, sponsored and nurtured to stardom. Once we do that, our sports will improve. And let the minister put his feet there on ground and say, every club that is playing in the Premiership and the National League must have their feeder teams, must have their own fields and other infrastructures to make them develop sports. Thank you very much. I want to pray for this organization to continue to thrive, to continue to blossom in making money, because without money, this kind of things that I hear cannot be sustained. So God will grow you the more, and your business will continue to flourish.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school. And for you to be prim and prudish in life and, set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And, but the most interesting one and the most that I can call a radical one was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time. And I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working. And I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme. And I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team